to see if there's any loot that way. Let's go here. Allons-y. New kill leader. I'll make sure they don't sneak up on us.
Enemy over there. Forget that. Let's explore this way. Never mind.
Let's go here. Allons-y.
Let's explore this way.
Hostile spotted.
Let's go that way. I'm in trouble. Shut down. No more stones. Planting fences. Come on.
The enemies are shooting at me. Oh, right here. Recharging shield. Opening fire on the enemy.
74.
Reloading. Position. If the fence gets crossed,
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
setting a fence.
Recharging my shield.
Great. Already inside the ring.
Catching myself up. Care package cup store here.
More friends coming to kill us. There's another squad.
The circuit is complete.
Reloading. I'm reviewing myself.
Playing with fences.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
Fence deployed. The fence is complete. And safe.
Target over there.
Bird. Good boy.
Healing my wounds.
biased. Someone's biased. So, let's go. Just go.
Let's go that way. We should move here.
Let's go this way.
Ended up being here.
We should move here.
Look down here.
We should move here. Laying fences. The fence is complete.
Let's explore this way. Progress.
We're inside the ring.
Throw my grenade out.
Flash. Pop. Right here. Setting a portal. He's setting a portal. He's trying to escape. Go up here.
Opponent over here.
Came down.
Kill them both.
Don't travail. That squad is up.
Nice work, you're good.
Reloading.
I did clutch up. Hit the bow hard.
Need to recharge my shield. Healing up. Eyes are open now.
Boy was alone.
Repairing my damages.
Dead box here. Taking a look.
I'll let you know when you're Alright, come back.
I am repairing myself. Only 2 enemy squads left.
Patching myself up.
Watch out for the new kill leader, friend.
Yeah, just go up there. Alright,
1
Johnny,
minute
come
before
back.
the ring closes. We have time.
Johnny.
Repairing my damages.
Patching myself up. Ring's not too far. 45 left.
A few more meters and we'll be inside the ring. 30 seconds to go.
Healing up. Eyes are open though.
Alright.
Might be something good this way. Forget that.
Combat's too noisy. Shush now. Fence fencing.
Patching myself up.
Fence them in. Fence them out. Laying fences. Loot around here.
Taking fire, friend. Recharging shield.
I don't got much.
I'm taking damage. Just topping up my shield.
Frag out. Round 5. Setting a
We're in.
They're shooting at me. Giving my shield a recharge. Grenade, watch out!
Might be something good this way.
Throwing arc star.
Fencing. Fence them in, fence them out. Putting down the fence.
Oh, have my. Oh, whoa. That's another guy. There's another guy in the bottom right.
Recharging my shields. This way, let's go.
Accelerant here.
Alright, I can't.
Shush now. No more stones.
Placing a portal.
Fence placed.
Portal's ready.
Planting fences. It's a fence that costs. You know. Healing my wounds.
The other two are here, so.
We should move here.
I'll just probably go back.
Shot at it. Need to recharge my shield.
Lucky us, we are all
And fence.
Oh, he's right here.
fire. Enemy over there.
I'm almost dead.
Anyone passes through it?
I need shield here. I need help.
Wounds. Just stop. We're outside the next ring. Did you know I designed it? Well, I did. Negating all incoming artillery. Sweet silence.
Right here.
The enemy is here.
Right here.
Push.
One minute. Reloading.
Grenade! From another squad. The fence is complete.
They're pushing. They're coming.
Just topping off my shield.
That's all I got.
I need
I
help.
got any heal. Wait till we see somebody now. Okay.
I need help. The circuit is complete.
You watch left. I got
Need to recharge
Where are
my
they?
shield.
They gotta be going bottom.
Grenade.
Peralter! Right here.
Enemy behind me. I'm going here.
Watch out for the
Res.
Attention. Winner decide. We have our Apex champions.
Why did you run? I saw you drop off the path. Okay, good. Posting the TV. I'm sure eventually. Yeah, gonna message the people.
Trying to make it through a long day with a uniform for a shirt. So quick to lose inspiration when I'm clocking back into work. It could be worse. I ain't sleeping in the dirt. I've been going through the motions while I'm on this earth. What's it worth? All this time been passing. Feels like I'm losing passion. Please God, make something happen. It feels like nothing happens. I need changes for the better. I've been walking through the weather. I'm so used to saying never. Maybe never lasts forever. I don't know. Feel my pain when I go through the wave. You go through the same. Yeah. Looking at them now, I gotta do me, boy, stay in my lane. Yeah. I gotta live my life for the light, man. I can't wait. Yeah. I ain't going down the drain, tired of going through the motions. They just feel the same. Why can't I just change? I've been trying to find my way. I'm tired of going through the motions. I was just trying to be down. Now it's just trying to be me. Now it's just trying to be going through the motions. I was just trying to be down. Now it's just trying to be me. Now it's just trying to be tired of going through the motions. I got a short focus, wish I had a Mercedes. Driving around the city, man, my schedule been crazy. I'm tired of being single, wish I had me a lady. I'm trying to find a promised land and someone gon' take me. Hey, Chris, man, the world ain't really about you. It seems like you got something to prove. Yeah, I'm at a show, hop on the stage and go. I'm hearing a round of applause, but what if I lose my soul? All them long lights, lost in the high, but we had to finish the song. Man, I've lost sight, looking at lights, I never let go of the phone. What if my whole life I missed the point? And then emotions gonna make you a clone. Why can't life just change? I've been trying to find my way. I'm tired of going through the motions. I was just trying to be down, now it's just time to be me. Now it's just time to be tired of going through the motions. I was just trying to be down, now it's just time to be me. Now it's just time to be tired of going through the motions.
What are you waiting for? Invitation? Come on, get in your ring, buddy. What do you think is over here?
I can feel the cold water. I can finally hear you calling. I think I see the morning. Done running from the moment. I'm coming out of cold. Time and time again. I know that I saw my sins. You don't see my sin no more. Got them cast it down. You cast them down to the flow. I'm done with the flesh. I let the spirit take control. Standing in the waves. No, this ain't a show. You don't run away. You been right here. You so close. Yeah, I'm down deep in the ocean below. And you never gonna let me go. Beautiful silence inside me. Peace for the broken. Glad you found me. This is our moment. I'm not drowning. Baptized with you. I can finally hear you calling. See the morning. Done running from the morning. Tears in my eyes. Came up out that water, I could feel the peace inside. God, you showed me who I am. Listening to lies, wanna be me. Realize that I'm free. I ain't never gonna. Gave Christ my burdens. There ain't nothing else to keep. Done living in defeat. Woke me up. Silent spirit inside me. Peace for the broken. I'm not drowning. Baptized with your love all around me. Cold water. I can finally hear you calling.
Oh, this is taking too long.
I think I see the
You're
morning.
standing still.
Yeah.
You're lucky I
Done
like
running
it.
from the moment. Yeah. I'm coming out of cold water. Cold water for my broken heart. Cold water for my broken heart. Sorry, but you couldn't. Cold water for my broken heart. I'm scared of what if I gave it all to you. I'm scared of what I'd lose.
Time to destroy more opponents.
You. If I gave it all to you, would you take away my lust for fame and then the music too? Would you expose the darkest lies, replace them all
They
with
call
truth?
me the eye of the storm.
Inside my heart and made me new. What if I never signed no deal? Scrubbing these same toilets my whole life, how would I feel?
This is your champion.
I'ma have to do the real. If I was free for my meals, question is, can I give it all away? I know the choice is freedom, or to carry all this weight. Wait, just burning more than I can take. This load is
This might be a good place to land.
if I give it all to you, my body suffer pain.
Let's land here.
Is this what happens when my life carry your name? Will I die humiliated because I gave you praise? And if I give it all, will you break all of my chains?
Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
If I gave it all to you, I'm scared of what I lose. If I gave it all to you,
That's the first of many lights to go out.
if I lost my pain and I gave my all, would you hold my hand and make my heart like you?
Someone eliminated the champion.
Gave my all, would you hold my hand and make my heart like you? Like you. It's midnight driving through traffic. What if I lose my life? What if that dude pop pills and acid, but he still choose to drive? Yeah, I realize life ain't promised. Please open up my eyes. Does it get better from here? I hope. My whole life feel like a runaway. My blood all on these walls. It's time to give it all.
Recharging my shields.
I'm scared of what I lose. If I gave it all to you,
Just topping up my shields.
I'm scared of what
I think I just took out the banner. We can restore the circuit. Recharging my shield.
God, I give you everything. I'm tired of holding on. I'm tired of holding on. God, I give you everything. I've been searching for so long. Hey, searching for so long. For so long. For so long. For so long. I'm tired of holding on. Holding on. Holding on. I give you everything. For my bullets move. You was down to school. See your life change. See your heart move. Now you know the truth. You went through some pain. You had the wrong things. You threw them all away. Hey, hey, you called me the other day. Yeah, we got on the phone and prayed. Thinking God, me and my brothers never gonna be the same. Got off the phone, hit my knees, I don't want the fame. I keep holding on. Now I'm looking patient. I'm sorry for all these things. I wanna be who I was made. God, I give you everything. I'm tired of holding on. God, I give you everything. I've been searching for so long, for so long, for so long, for so long. I'm tired of holding on, holding on, holding on, holding on. I give you everything back. I was so caught up in the past. I was trying to find purpose in the rap, but you give true love that really lasts. I've been tripping, gotta slow down and listen. I'm tired of feeling this distance. I give it all 'cause I'm slipping. How you gon' tell me you love me when I ran away? I can't explain this grace. This is the great escape. On my knees and I break. I stand up in shape. This is what real life look like. I'm tired of the face and the lookalikes. I need some peace. I was searching in the valley. I was thirsty for the fountain. I got faith to move the mountains. Give me your hand when I was drowning. I was searching in the valley. I was thirsty for the fountain. I got faith to move the mountains. Give me your hand when I was drowning. God, I give you everything. I'm just tired of holding on. No. God, I give you everything. I've been searching for so long. Hey, searching for so long. For so long. For so long. For so long. I'm tired of holding on. Holding on. Holding on.
I wrote a speech. Yeah, forget it. Let's just fight.
Smiley al contesto da. Enough lambing around. We dropping. Hostile spotted.
I got you. I've realized how we got, and yeah, I need you to get me through. Who am I? I've wasted so much time listening to all of the lies, but in your light, that's where I shine. Come on, come on. When I feel worthless, you say I'm worth it. Yeah. You are my rock in the storm. You are my shelter. You are that light through the door. You are my anchor. You pick my heart off the floor. You give my soul a home. I am enough in your arms. You are my anchor. Oh, oh, oh. You are my anchor. Oh, oh, oh. You are my anchor. I'm honestly nothing without you. So why do I still try to doubt you? It's not about talking about you. It's building my whole life around you. You are the anchor that holds me down. Whole world trying to slow me down. I just need you to show me now. Show me now. Show me now. How to love you with everything. To lay down on my inner pain. To put all the trust in your name. Take my life in a center stage. This is a broken anthem. We surrender with our hands up. On my knees for the king. I can feel the breeze. You are the answer. When I feel worthless. When I feel worthless. You say I'm worth it. Worth it, yeah, yeah, yeah. You are my rock in the storm. You are my shelter. You are that light through the door. You are my anchor. You pick my heart up. You give my soul a home. I am enough in your arms. You are my anchor. Oh, oh, oh. You are my anchor. Oh, oh, oh. You are my anchor. You are my anchor.
Might be something good this way.
Eyes up, Bob.
Who's who in this rap game? Everybody got a big chain. All I got is all I need, baby. My name is my last name, yeah. I don't regret it. I ain't wildin' with a debit, yeah. If I play my cards right, I'm gon' have good credit. Man, talking about credit. Don't look at me if you looking for bands. I'm not a legend, I'm only a man. I hit the ceiling when I was a fan. Dropped out in college, I took a chance. Way before I ever got in advance. Had some people try to tell me I can't. I said I can, life spell. Reminiscing, I came up in a trailer. Ship was sinking, man, we needed a sailor. God made, never needed no tailor. Everything changed when I met my maker. I had to seize the moment. I had to stop scrolling. I was just roller coasting. Broke out the box, I'm done with the pose.
Nope.
Never, ever selling my soul. Got live and work,
I got a
gotta
guy
hop
I
in the
think will
boat.
play with
Let's
us.
believe I'ma live what I wrote. I'm gonna reap what I sow. This is my testimony. I
Yeah,
remember I was back in
I
groceries.
ate too.
Me and my gang like Zach and Cody. I got Jesus, no Mr. Moses. Yeah, I'm fearing God. Can't afford no fear of gods. It's some days that I remember that I wasn't hearing God. Mama told me get a job. I did. Scrubbing toilets, I guess you could say I was really going in. pulling up like a mansion. I ain't got no reason to be tripping. I'ma kick back, take a listen. Can you tell me why? Tell me why you mad today? Mad today? Mad today? Can you tell me why you mad today? Mad today?
You cannot find anybody.
Tell me why you mad? Trying to cash my check. I was chilling at the workplace. Too much stress. Had the mop in my hand. Could have lost my step. No stock in the kid, but I took my chance. Yeah. Big Billy on the road for a hot shot. I remember mama's cooking in the crock pot. 150 on my neck like no sir. Yeah, I wear the same jacket, got no fur. Hey, boy, I came from the wig. Off Perry Lane Road. Gotta hang with the clique. See the kicks on the phone line. Gotta reminisce. Made it through the pain. Yeah, we had to take the hits. I was pulling up the willies for the pork chop. They gon' have to feel me till my heart stop. I'm a with time, baby, all day. Crazy how everything changed. Like a mansion. I ain't got no reason to be trippin'. I'ma kick back, take a listen. Can you tell me why? Tell me why you mad today? Mad today? Mad today? Can you tell me why you mad today? Mad today? Mad today? Tell me why you mad? Hey, homie, why you mad, bro? You done came so far, where you at, though? I know you in the game, feeling like you pristine. Yeah, bitch pulling up with the whip clean. Is you mad?
How far did you land off the path?
Is you mad cause you came up on the stop sign? Nah, brother, I've been chillin', it ain't my time. Tryna pop,
Asking this guy a question. I've been running around this game for 10 minutes, literally, not found one person. I think he like landed on the edge of the map. I wasn't watching, I wasn't here.
5 years later, guy had me on the move. I was in the stove cleaning mats with a vacuum.
Yeah, I think he landed like super far. Nowhere near anybody.
Can you tell me why you mad today? Mad today? Mad today? Tell me why you mad today? Mad today? Mad today? Can you tell me why you mad today? Mad today? Mad today? Tell me why you mad? Where am I going? Got too high, you feel like I'm roller coasting. It's just sometimes I forget that I was chosen. Can't waste my life, keep my head up, gotta focus. Done floating. Where am I going? Got too high, you feel like I'm roller coasting. It's just sometimes I forget that I was chosen. Can't waste my life, keep my head up, focus. Done floating. Hey, I walked in the building, I made it. Funny thing is, I'm back in the crib and it don't even feel like I made it. See the train like me, my favorite. I'm looking at faces I used to see on the screen, my face on the screen. Oh, we welcome to the team, 116. I've been on my way until I hit the curb. Making these moves, I'm putting in work. It's been a week since I got in the word. Every day I feel like it's getting worse. Feeling the pressure to finish the verse. Losing my trust in these people, it hurts. Can't let a blessing turn into a curse. Watch the pride, put your boy in a hearse. Get a little ego. Get a little ego. Hope you a hero. Hope you a hero. Make a little hit. It's like a free throw. Yeah, yeah. I got a choice. Give him the juice or give him the LaCroix. Go deaf, tryna block out the noise. Or realize I don't hear his voice. When I going, got too high. You feel like I'm roller coasting. It's just sometimes I forget that I was chosen.
This guy's on.
My life, keep my head up, gotta focus. Done floating.
He's Gibby too. So. Where is everybody, dude? This is crazy. This is the longest I've ever ran around a map and not found one person.
Here I go.
Oh, then
Man down.
I zip a line and land on two guys. Alright. Alright, join Johnny. Yeah, he's Gibby, so I'll put Path. What is? No either. Maybe you're hungry. Dang. Alright. So it's Jay. This guy is or he was master last season. So, yep. Get ready, boys. Alright, I invited him. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Is Yo. Yeah. Cool. We could have joined there. I wasn't even thinking. I was messaging everybody, looking for people to play with. So. So are you gonna play Gibby? All right. Cool. You want to play Watson? It's really up to you. So it's really how you want to play, yeah. Watson or Gibraltar? We play really good with Watson. Play really good. Right. We can try it. Right. Yep. I get. Yeah, I saw a lot of people actually using him, and they're preparing to use him with Loba. They think that he is good. Yeah, I saw some people wrecking last night with him. They were first dogging him, but then they actually realized like they were actually using him, and they were wrecking. I wonder how he's gonna work with Loba. They do need to create a new variation to battle like the Gibraltar Wraith Pathfinder / Pathfinder Wraith or Lifeline Watson. There's no other characters right now are just good together like that. There's so many characters. They made so many changes to him and still people don't use them. It's kind of sad. See this together. Remember that. Okay. That just means we'll probably have to play a bit more offensive, but
This is my favorite part.
I know what you're looking for.
yeah, and we're open to whatever, man. So, like your feedback or like you're on the team right now. So, I'm just letting you know we're not like
Introducing your champion.
land here.
Yeah. Better than everyone until they meet the top. Dog. Just go to swamps.
Let's land here.
Dropping in. Hang on.
There's literally 3 teams
Let's
there.
explore
There's
this
a
way.
Pred squad right to our left, and 1 squad right under us. Yeah.
Let's explore this way.
Yep. I'm going back. Maybe just rotate back. What do you want to do?
Round 1.
Lucky us. We are already inside the ring.
Let's just see what kind of R&B we get. There's someone on you? Alright. Yeah, I got horrible loot, so I got amazing beak.
Grappling.
First blood.
I'm taking shots. Archer out. Listen up, I'm taking shot at. Contact with hostile. Contact with target.
Reloading.
All 3 of them. They ran though. Oh, no, he didn't. Yeah, I hit him 88 in the head.
But it didn't. Contact with hostile.
Yeah, you gotta you just never wave that. You gotta go straight down, man. You're gonna be undecisive. Give up the jump master. I'm not being mean. I'm just being. I'm not being mean. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being like realistic, because it's up to you as jump master and.
You see me? Your power. Finished.
Yep. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, I don't think Lifeline offers any value either. Good. She has no defense. I just have 3 offensive / recovery character. I like her. Well, cause you main Wraith and Lifeline has a similar just body size and then shot, cause she's so small. And I'm just trying to switch up from Path. I want to play Wraith, but it's just not how we play. No, Johnny's playing Wraith. Yeah, the ranked lobbies are kind of dying. Have you played on the London servers, Jay? Have you, Jay? Are they easier? Right, and there's a lot of good people in Europe too, so.
I'm ready for whatever today brings.
You made the right choice this time.
Ready to go.
Introducing your champion.
Yeah, that's the first time we've died like that. I've died like that once all day.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
Alright, let's just see how they jump initially. There.
Here we go. It might be something good this way.
See anybody?
Enemy spotted.
I'll land right here.
Let's explore this way.
Let's explore this way.
Yeah, why don't we just do our normal rotation? Yeah. You can check Thunder, and if it's no one's there, let's just do our normal rotation. Depending on where the ring is. Let's just see where the ring is first. I need it, please. Just drop it and mark it. Oh, you want it? Okay. You want the here, you have the Havoc?
Might be something good this way.
Okay, here, have it.
Energy
I'll drop
ammo
it
here.
On a 99.
Alternator here. Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Alright, thanks.
I need it.
Forget that.
Oh, that's nothing in there. Okay, I'm just gonna get this mag and I'll be right behind you. I got one. So I dropped the Havoc. My white armor. I'm here. Let's you want to push that? Yeah, let's rotate water. It's unlooted. We can get a. We can probably get. Here. can probably get some hits here. Oh, he's right here. He's white. He's white.
Opening fire.
I'm good.
Enemy.
He's in here.
Recharging shields. Contact with target.
Nope. He's hurt. He's hurt. He's broke. He's broke. Caustic's almost knocked.
Enemy over there.
Fire, friends. Recharging shields. Reloading.
You got a peacekeeper?
Don't shield out. Give me my shield.
Alright.
Healing up.
Hey, I'm already over here. Oh, he hit me good. He's hurt. He's hurt.
Recharging my shield.
No good, brother.
Get inside. I got no.
Testing myself up.
He's almost knocked. He's almost knocked.
Seconds.
Caustic. I knocked him. I killed him. Killed him. Squad wipe. Oh, I got knocked. Just straight. Get away if you can. Get away if you can. New team here. New team.
Hostile right here.
Yes.
Did you see how great I was? I did all kinds of amazing moves. Are you listening?
Warning.
Body shield here. Level 2.
Yeah, we'll try one more game. Went outside, man. I've wrecked them. Can't. Oh, he left? Okay. I mean, it had nothing to do with us. You know? I had 3 kills. So it's just the chemistry. It is what it is. That's it. Yep. Oh, there's one. What do you mean? Yeah, we did everything. We did everything we could. I killed the entire team. You know, I mean, we fought an entire team, had 100 damage. It's like last game. I mean, had 100 damage, died. So, you know, it's just all around performance. It's just how you blend with people. Just don't mix well with some people, and there we go. Just try to is not even on. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, I just invited him. Yeah, I don't know how we could have played that any better. You know? Like, I mean, at the end of the day, we killed the first squad right there. So, we won the battle, you know what I mean? And we just got third-partied. It was just, again, it comes back to our rule. It was a long fight. It was too long. It was like way more than 60 seconds. And even though I killed every single one of them, it didn't matter that we killed them. It was just too long. It was like a minute 40 because they were sitting on the house. We were in the house, ripped them, went on the roof. You know, the Wraith came up. She lit me up, dropped down, healed. He was out there. He threw his bubble shield. I'm not sure why. And he was sitting out there, but he did. And then I saw him push out, and they all pushed the bottom, pushed that door. And so that's when I was like, okay, this is perfect spot to flank. And they're all on the door. Ran around, lasered them. The caustic, the Wraith was right there. Popped her with my wingman. And then the Watson tried to run. Popped her with my wingman. Squad wipe. Next thing you know, Gibraltar thing hit me in my head. I was dead. There's just no chance. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Well, that's what. Alright, that's. There's nothing else we could have done. It really is. What else could we have done, you know? See, that's the difference, like, in Not Even, though, is he was so good with Gibraltar, we could push. Like, that was just when somebody plays Gibraltar, that's one thing they gotta be good at, is like, okay, I threw my bubble, get in, you know? I don't know, I just felt like it was just all defense right there, and then finally I found an opening in the wound when I dropped down, and for some reason they're all literally against the door. I have no idea. Like, if you go back and rewind my stream and look at it, I do not know what that team was doing. They were like all... Huh? Right. Yeah. I didn't know. I'm like, okay, they're all here. Pop, pop, pop. So, it is what it is. Not even that long. Boy, you should be getting close. Unless it's like a final ring. He's still exactly where he was. He's actually lower, isn't he? Wasn't he Diamond 3? Yeah. I don't know. So funny. This diamond push is so hard. But just wait till we get past it though. We're just in our beginning of our journey, man. We gotta find that right person too. I don't know, man. I wish Fusion could play more, because we actually really do play good with him. As much, yeah. I think he gets tired though. That's why. You know, he's waking up at like 7 o'clock. We're playing at 11 o'clock. That boy's been up for, I mean, what, 12? That's 16 hours. Your brain, because that is true. The later we play, because I don't get up till late. I get up at like 11 every day, 12. So I can get my 8 hours of sleep. Yeah. I gotta have my sleep. If he plays Gibraltar, I might try Lifeline. Well, I'm good with Pathfinder, but Lifeline, she can do really good reses. She can heal in the bubble. You know what I mean? It's right. I'm saying I can heal in the bubble though, like flesh. I don't know. It would be worth a try. No, I'm just saying like it could be a good suit though. There he is. Is he in the Discord? Do you have him added? Yeah. Yeah. R2. Well. No, I've been getting RP. No, he's gotten RP. We just um I went up. I was plat 3 last time we played. I would be in diamond if I wasn't playing with Johnny. Okay? I've been playing with Johnny since I've been in gold. Okay? Because I've been playing with him and we've been playing like predators every game. So I've been playing since gold till my points now with all predator, diamond every game. No, we still got our points. Looks like you lost yours though. Are you gonna play Gibraltar? That was good. I felt like it was good. I saw like one team doing it, but that was like, I mean, top 10 people in the world, and they made it work. But again, they're not missing any shots. So, I mean, he might work with Lobo, you know, whatever her abilities allowed to happen. Let's see, she's supposed to like kind of teleport, right? Or what? I don't. Maybe she can go through walls. Maybe she could take Wraith and teleport her into another teleport that she teleports into a teleporting. Ooh. Oh, she can do that thing that Lifeline can do. Open the blue ones. Where's my loot? I have no ammo. Lobo took it. Lobo stole it. Yeah, you're third shifter, right?
Keep my head up, gotta focus. Done floating.
The longest hobbies ever. I'm serious. I'm not getting to sit here for like. Alright. How good are you think overall that
Brought those crawdads. Yeah, so is Louisiana and Alabama. This boy's sad as shade. Oh, Adam, dude, he's not dying. Ain't gonna help me, that's gonna make me more tired. Yeah, right. Laziness. Look up Holby. H-U-L. Huh. Look up Holby. H-U-L-V-E-Y. Not no hillbilly. He's on everything. H-U-L-D-E-Y. D-E-Y. This boy gonna check it out. After y'all are dogging. Bye. If you want something that's looking for
You're a champion.
go to the
Who's cool in
underdog
this rap
freestyle.
game? Everybody got a big chain. All I got is all I need, baby. My rap name is my last name. Yeah, I don't regret it. I ain't wildin' with a debit. Yeah, if I play my cards right, I'm gon' have good credit.
Man, talking about credit.
Don't look at me if you looking for bands. I'm not a legend, I'm only a man. I hit the ceiling when I was a fan. Dropped out of college, I took a little chance. Way before I ever got in advance. Had some people try to tell me I can't. I said I can, light spell. Reminiscing, I came up in a trailer. Ship was sinking, man, we needed a sailor. God made, never needed no tailor. Everything changed when I met my maker. I had to seize the moment. I had to stop scrolling. I was just roller coaster. Broke out the box, I'm done with the pose. I'm never, ever, ever selling my soul. Got live on water, gotta hop in the boat. Best believe I'ma live what I wrote. I'm gonna reap what I sow. This is my testimony. I remember I was bagging groceries. Me and my gang like Zach and Cody. I got Jesus, no Mr. Moses. Yeah, I'm fearing God. Can't afford no fear of gods. It's some days that I remember that I wasn't hearing God. Mama told me get a job. I did. Scrubbing toilets, I guess you could say I was really going in.
Yeah, it's been going back and forth.
a mention. I ain't got no reason to be trippin'. I'ma kick back, take a listen. Can you tell me why you mad today? Mad today, mad today. Can you tell me why you mad today? Mad today, mad today. Tell me why you mad? Trying to cash my check. I was chillin' at the workplace, too much stress. Had to move my hand till I lost my step. No stock in the kid, but I took my chance. Yeah, big Bentley on the road for a hot shot. I remember mama's cooking in the crock pot. 150 on my neck, like no sir. Yeah, I wear the same jacket, got no fur. Hey, boy, I came from the wig off Perry Lane Road. Gotta hang with the clique, see the kicks on the phone line. Gotta reminisce, made it through the pain. Yeah, we had to take the hits. I was pulling up the willies for the pork chop. They gon' have to film until my heart stop.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down, except by falling.
Step quieter next time.
Hold your breath if you have to breathe.
Target spotted.
Enemy over there. Right.
In here.
First blood ended. Enemy taken down. Took out an enemy. Giving my shields a recharge. A champion just fell. They must not be very good.
Body shield here. Level 2. Eyes are open though.
Right, I'm just. Oh, right here, right here. Oh, I'm good. I got hurt.
There's another squad attacking. Enemy down. Recharge.
Right here.
Hostile right here.
So close.
Alright, stay together, stay together.
Reloading.
There's probably this first.
New kill leader appointed.
We should go this way.
New kill leader. Watch for them.
Deployed.
New kill leader appointed.
Heads up. New kill leader.
Got one.
Setting a portal.
I never heard of anyone call it. Yeah, I know.
Portal's ready.
Great. Already inside the ring.
One contact with hostile.
Control it.
He's ripped bad. The range is ripped bad.
Thermite.
Knocked him.
brother.
Right.
Got our brother's banner.
There you go. Here, yeah, zip you. I got you,
Ready to fly on a zip line. I am.
They're fighting there.
Target spotted.
Oh,
Taking fire, brother.
Let's explore
I
this
gotta
round.
get healed.
Enemy spotted.
They're good. They're all playing that.
Now for the right.
R99 here. Body shield here. Level 1.
I could use that.
New kill leader appointed.
We got ourselves a new kill leader.
Looks like some people have been there.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Forget this. Go this way.
Only 8 squads left.
Let's go this way.
I am replacing myself.
I just saw the ship.
Let's
Yeah, I just saw it flying.
Shield cell here.
giving my dibs. Repairing.
Oh, they went down the hill. They went down the hill. Like, let's play. To the right. That team
Wingman here.
just knocked.
Kill leader, friend. Peacekeeper here. Here I go.
Leader eliminated.
Got your ult. Got it done.
Friends, I'm going to loot over there.
Hostile in here.
I made her run in your face.
Bringing down some destruction.
Right here. Rip. Whoa. Might be cheating. Got ripped. Knocked him too. I think he's cheating, bro.
Heads up. Just go this way.
I am using grapple. I am repairing myself. It's just you and me, friend. Let's not die.
1 minute till ring close.
I don't know if that guy's cheating.
The ring is in close proximity. Less than 1 minute.
Not far from the ring.
Helmet here. Level 4.
I got this.
Ultimate accelerant here. The ring's close. 10 seconds.
In progress.
Ring's moving. Keep the hustle.
I realized you were that far in front of us. Right, that boy got way too overconfident. I was even underconfident. I'm like, I don't know.
Care package being delivered.
Incoming care
Too,
package.
or else I would have been instant. I had one no. Oh, he's here, he's here. 47. He's hit. He's through his all.
Signaling an airstrike.
Airstrike en route.
Recharging shields.
Airstrike en route.
Right, I'm not running too far. I'm gonna set my zip back here. Just try to at least get top 3.
Gotta heal. Taking a knee.
Okay, let's go this way.
Might be something good this way. Grappling.
Think so?
Only 2 enemy squads left.
There is a new kill leader.
Keep eyes on the new kill leader.
Killed them. They just killed them. Down here. They're getting pushed. Yeah, they're right here. One team right here.
Over there.
Right here. Let's go for this. Let's see what's up here. Could be a devotion. Oh, right next to you. 120. Flush.
Reloading.
Give me.
Okay, hang on. Stay.
Reloading.
Okay, right here. Focus. Guy on the left here. I think he's solo.
Enemy over there.
Well, where's this guy? Why you pushing? Oh, he's almost dead. Knocked.
Enemy spotted.
I'm down.
I killed one.
Warning.
Took out an enemy. Lucky us. I got you, friend. Incoming care package. Love loot.
Thanks, brother.
Friends. Frag out.
I'm down, brother.
Not solo, dude. what I was saying, Mara. I wasn't thinking about it. I thought there was a whole team pushing around the thing. Right. Right, I didn't know that though. So. No, wait, you didn't say anything. You didn't say anything until you were knocked, so when I was already looking to grapple away, I heard people. Afraid? If I would have went on the other side, there was I just lasered him with a wingman.
The important thing is not to die. Ha ha ha!
Ready to go.
I know all the roads. They all lead to the
That
same
lifeline
place.
when you were on the hill at first. Or the Watson, yeah.
Introducing your champion.
Trust just your eyes and you'll lose.
See how I
Let's land here. Forget that.
This might be a good place to land. Let's explore this way.
Here we go. Ready up.
Might be something good this way. Supply ship over there.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Okay, eyes on the map. Next ring's not far.
go here.
Let's go this way.
Party body. Where are they
Let's explore this way. Target over there.
First blood.
And if there's one guy that could drop.
Let's go this way. Might be something good this way.
Cancel that.
Enemy spotted.
Oh, there's another guy behind me. Lifeline.
Enemy down.
Recharging my shields.
The guy, you got him. Not even.
I killed an enemy. Reloading.
Oh, they're pushing, they're pushing. Oh, they're in here.
These are shooting at me.
Killed her. And she's getting pushed. She's getting pushed.
Wow, looks like that was the last one.
Patching myself up.
Back up, back up, back up. Crack, crack.
I've been down.
push anybody. Yeah, you can go watch my stream. I just turned and I went in the building. Just ran in there, he moved out of the front. I was in the building in front of him at first, and I saw the Wraith, so opened the door and peeked over. We got off, right? Rolled the dice. Killed that man. Oh, it wasn't like that. You want to play Gibraltar?
Follow me if you want to win.
I cannot wait to win this match, friend.
It's you and me, bro.
This is your champion.
There's a thin line between life and death. Find me there.
Okay. It's okay.
This is awesome. I'm the jump master.
I'll take you down more than once. Got a good feeling about this area.
Hold your breath. If you have a respiratory system. Let's go this way.
It's usually works.
Attention. First blood.
Killed him last time.
Round one.
Open supply bin over here.
Eyes on the map. Next ring's not close.
Level 1.
Body shield here. Level 1. Let's explore this way.
Is that you?
Might be something good this way.
Let's explore this way.
Oh, they're there. 38. Red friends, 30. Nice.
Reloading. Grenade. I need to recharge my shield.
Frag out.
Oh, he's cracked.
Throw my grenade out.
44. Got her. Got self-res. Oh my gosh, I grabbed the armor. Right here. Last guy bled on front. Up there. He's dropping. Y'all got him.
Ring
Nice,
closes.
Nice.
Don't miss it. Come on. You back.
Thank you. Giving my shields a recharge.
Oh, guys.
Ring's not far.
I am repairing myself.
Does that have a blue? Doesn't have a blue.
30 seconds rep. Repairing.
Dropping the R9. I'm actually gonna keep. Get out of here.
Patching myself up.
Yeah, this is usually our usual rotation.
10 seconds to the ring. It's close at least.
Gotta heal. Take it
Gotta
on
have another rotation though for when the ship comes in from
In progress.
I can see that the ring's moving on the map. I am repairing myself. Grappling.
you want that? Here's a
I love these things.
Shield battery here.
Ultimate accelerant here.
Oh, you don't want it? I can zip us up. Yeah.
Might be something good this way.
Using grapple.
Enemy over there. Contact with target.
Wait,
Hostile
I'm
spotted.
Over there.
Check your mini-map. Opening fire on the enemy.
Throwing on the car.
29. Yeah, they're in here. He was right here.
Enemy over there. Let's go this way.
Donnie.
Hostile spotted.
That's a dangerous question.
Hostile spotted.
Target over there.
You're getting pushed. Here.
Hostile over there.
Let's do this.
rotate. Yeah, there's two.
Might be something good this way.
Enemy spotted.
Let's explore this way.
Rotate.
It's zipline time. Giving my shields a recharge.
Hostile over there. Taking fire, brothers. Recharging shields.
Target spotted.
44, 37.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Thermite grenade out.
Let's just wait 1 second. Let's see where these teams are rotating.
Might be something good this way.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
Let's check out this way. Never mind.
Let's explore this way.
Might be something good this way.
Enemy trap. Watch out.
Attention. The champion has been eliminated.
Enemy over there.
Champion just fell.
Target over there.
Let's flank. Let's flank.
Ring closes in a minute.
Here,
Let's go this way. Opening fire.
Frag out. Frag out.
Not too far.
They're stuck up there now. They're stuck up there. On the roof. That guy. Yeah, why can I not hit her? Let's be careful. This is a bad spot. Because we could get flanked.
Firing.
Somebody just called a halt.
Getting shot at.
Taking fire, brothers. Signaling an airstrike.
Need to recharge my
Shield up.
Right there.
Recharge.
There's 4 of them there, dude.
follow the tunnel.
Reloading. Healing up. Give me a
Back.
sec.
Portal's ready.
friend.
Oh, no. Get down. Down the hill, get down the hill.
Recharging shield. I got you, friend.
Careful.
Patching myself up.
Thank you, my brother. Healing up. Give me a sec.
Shield battery here.
He's flush.
Shield out. 1 minute to ring close.
He's getting ambushed. Right here. Nice.
They spotted me. Firing. 45 seconds. Ring close.
Heads up. Check out this way.
Need to recharge my shield.
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Maybe you can port back where we came from.
Heads up. The ring's moving.
Care package.
Heads up.
Right here in the water.
This way.
Let's get out of there now, though.
Let's go this way.
Dollar said, y'all are way more good. I say y'all just push through K and go around the ring, so. Gotta definitely hurry up, but gotta go outside. He's so strong. Yeah. Alright. Hit too high.
Warning.
God,
Ring's moving. Keep the hustle.
Why don't you play Watson? My lifeline? I play her when you're not in here, so. Right. No way we could have played better. Got out of there alive, and we did that in part better. Y'all should have teleported down and rotated in. Y'all were just too late on those. And Johnny. I know, that's what I didn't get. Ready? Just weren't. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Why didn't you pay? Oh no. Dude. There is a bunch of things that just don't make sense there. Y'all were in the cave alone for like. Yeah, that boy just wasn't thinking. That's just the little things. Like if y'all would have came through, rotated earlier, set up the portal, even if that team was there, he could have thrown his bubble, protected you. They would have had to push in and out. You would have been set up way back. That would have drawn other teams in. It just not even was pushing down towards the cave, and then I'm gonna go shooting at the pulls back, and then portal through. Right, and you could have rotated there too. So. Well, he did say I'm doing me, so. I did him.
I'm currently at the top of my game. Get it?
has kills in rank. Says when you select. Go to rank series. Your average damage.
With the right moves, we'll take this win.
Do you want to try Valorant with me, bro?
Here to watch your back, brother.
I just want to try it. I mean, I play it.
Charged and ready.
Introducing your champion.
I don't fear anything. Can you say the same?
I'm the jump master. I'll lead the way.
A lot of pressure. Would be bad from seeing like at least 6 to 10. There goes 3. There goes 3 right there. Red, 4 red team. 5 red team.
Pistols to artillery. I can do it all. Your call.
Right, I'm saying they might not be winning, but they're might just not here already beat.
You can't beat the view from up here.
Is anybody going to
On the bright side, it wasn't us.
Got an Evo shield here. Level 1.
Round 1. Countdown.
need a light mag? There's a piece.
P2020 here.
Hey, a championship though. This is our match.
There's a new key leader.
Who, me? Okay, I think we're good on RNG. Push contain. We got nothing. Yeah. Remember, I'm Watson now, so we can play Rocket now. Gotta be careful here. I think they land past, I heard somebody go over, like... No, I think somebody landed.
Slot line here.
I don't...
Ring's pretty close.
Fence in position. Anyone passes through here, you'll know.
Talking over there.
Yep, he's Pathfinder. Right there.
We are not alone. Look over here.
Oh, he's pop. Bad. All flesh. Right here, I can't get it.
Enemy in sight. 30 seconds till ring closure. We are so close.
Let's move this way.
Not worth it.
The ring's close.
Just topping up my shields.
In progress.
Ring's moving. Let's go. Allons-y.
Might have been solo, dude. I didn't. That's one shooting. Where we came from. I think there's.
Barrel stabilizer there. Level 3.
Attention.
Thermite grenade here.
Care package.
Care package coming in.
Is there a ring there?
We should move
Might be
here.
something good this way. Spotted. Let's explore this way. Spotted. Taking shots. Thermite. Throwing thermite.
Calling the airstrike. They're never
Destroying.
Setting a portal.
Recharging my shield.
Set the portal.
Fence placed.
taking a knee.
I'm looting it. Just now. No more stones.
Hit him 47.
Recharging shield. Reloading.
Reloading. They downed an enemy.
Downed him.
No good. I've been down, bro.
I'm taking shots.
Reloading.
Thermite out.
Push.
One down.
Careful.
Finish the squad. That's how you get the job done. Body shield here. Level 3.
Here. Gibraltar. Take it.
Gotta hop up here. Close.
I switched.
Evo shield here.
Level 2.
I switched that.
Recharging my shield.
Got a choke in there. Take that. Just hold it. How did I not get a sense? Every single one of them.
Ultimate accelerant here.
You gotta hear your shit.
Kill leader eliminated.
Recharging my shields.
Medkit here.
Fence placed. Anyone passes through here will know.
Ring countdown.
Here, I don't need Already 18.
Let's go this way.
People just don't care. I've never seen bodies die this bad.
Let's go this way.
I've never. Oh, that's fight. Octane armor. Alright, so you want to go to airbase?
Over there.
Let's go that way. I'm going to keep a lookout over there.
It's good this way.
Landed right here.
Enemy order.
There's they're right here, dude.
Adversary over there.
They're on the back of Ring Veg. Right here, too, there's another team. 47, he's popped.
1 minute. Rings close by.
Recharging
Oh,
shield.
no, that's kind of risky. 47.
Heads up.
Step
Check
up
out
over
this
there.
way. Not too far, but we should hustle, guys.
Listen, let's move here.
Yeah, I think we should. Right here.
30 seconds.
Contact with hostile.
Oh, it's finished. I want to get rest.
Reloading.
Gotta heal. Taking a knee.
I defeated an adversary. We're one step closer
Let's
to
go, let's
winning.
go, let's go, let's go.
Rings close.
I don't think we should. Rio going.
Rings moving.
Going this way.
This way.
Need to recharge my shield. Target over there.
Fence in position. If the fence gets crossed, we'll know. I'm fencing.
Hey, care package. I love these things. Giving my shields a recharge.
Follow the tunnel. Portal's ready. Void running. Need to recharge my shields.
Laying fences. The circuit is complete. Just now. No more stones. Playing with fences.
Target spotted.
Unit accelerant here.
Fence to close.
Hostile spotted.
Setting the fence. The circuit is complete.
Behind us. Yeah, rat.
Let's go here.
Let's go that way.
Already all. I didn't get points for anything. I didn't get points. My shot every single
location.
Delivering care package.
Care package coming in. Might be something.
Ripping them.
Reloading.
Stand right here. Stand right here.
I'm in trouble.
I'm taking shots.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Let's go there.
Looks like we're in the next ring.
They dropped. Well, at least we got
Recharging
them
my
out.
shield.
Yeah.
Let's check out this way. Careful now. Taking fire, brother.
When it rotates and push and lockdown right here.
Let's go that way.
Lockdown right there. Or no, that's actually better. Against a lot, though. I can put my wall right here to go ahead and set up. No, I'm gonna wait. Yeah.
Recharging shield.
Get back to the building. Getting in the building. Right here, outside. 82 pop. Going up with you. I got knocked, dude.
Round 5. Beginning ring countdown.
Oh, he died. What a shit. Yeah, I know. That's for the peacekeeper. Obviously, yeah, that's why I had 800 damage. 2 and then guy up top. That's for the peacekeeper. If you're ever on top of a building, they use those pans. Awkward. Especially when you're playing Predator. You got rocked. You were down instantly. Alright, go ahead. Go ahead.
Shit, loot.
Where he's knocked. Knock him right here. Just wear it down. If you would have probably hit one of those shots. That's just what it, that's just what it came down to. If you would have probably hit one of your wingman shots, because he was looking at me. I had all his focus right there. Right? See, right there, he's looking at me the whole time. He knows I got the...
I think I got melted by the raid.
Yeah, see, right here, though, this is...
The path knocked me.
Right, he's looking at me, though, and then I get double teamed, and I get knocked, and then they both focus you. Yeah, you just, let me see. Why did you miss? You try to aim it too far ahead. It's because you're iron sighting it, that's why. If you would have just probably had an aimer, you would have been fine. You don't even need to aim that close up, though, dude. You should have just hip fired it.
No, honestly, we didn't aim and heal before we fought. Like, we had to build it off.
I did heal. I was good. Yeah, I did heal, though. I came right inside instantly. I got wrecked, but... And then by the time I was healed, they were on us good. Why did we go outside to fight them? That's what I didn't get. Why? I just saw Johnny go up, and I'm like, okay, I'm going out there. Because I knew once you went up, I'm like, well, that's... I just don't get why we left the building when we could have funneled them in. That's the whole point in having Watson. Is there a reason why? Right, I know you went outside, so I just followed your lead. That's what I was like, okay, you're going outside, so I'm gonna follow your lead. Yeah. I honestly think it just come down not singling out, but if you wouldn't have missed your shots right there. If you would have hit him once, he would have been dead, and then we could have lasered the Bloodhound. Or whatever that third player was. Or Wraith, yeah. Because then after they lasered me, both of them right there, they just turned around and lasered you. I mean, that was good, though. I was Pred 235 and, like, Pred 50, so... I mean, not bad, but that was the difference we missed. Right. Yeah. You aim a little far ahead, but I think so. That's what that iron sight, though, that's what it does. It's not very accurate on the wingman. You should have just hip fired from that close. You would have had a better chance. And then, too, you wouldn't have been a bot. Because when you fire, you know you become a bot when you aim. That's okay. Nothing we can do. Off of work. Blessing, isn't it? The blessing to be off work. Oh, I'm almost plat 1. There we go. Grinding. This is the slowest I've ever went up like plat. Well, we're doing good with not even infusion, so we're getting better.
I think we're playing better together, all three of us, if we just keep focusing on what we're doing wrong and trying to not. Yeah, we just, at the beginning though, besides all of that, we should have stayed in the building. We had everything locked down. We could have easily been around my thing. It's healing us while they're shooting us. Like... That's where I hit him for 82 before he went to the roofs, the crypto. I hit him with the bolt. I don't know either.
Made the right choice this time.
You might want to turn off the autopilot and add some manual control. Because we don't need you falling in the ring. We don't need... That's the thing too, if you push as Wraith, we gotta push. Like, it's your full force. You're drawing the shots. That's the thing. You're drawing the shots. And so it's like, you're going on the roof and I'm like, okay, Johnny's going. Okay, shoot, shoot, shoot. I thought you were...
Find the jump master. I am on it.
It was just really, you push, so if you pushed like that, you had to hit those shots. It just... Right. It was just the wingman. If you would have even hit probably one of those, we would have been good. But it's okay.
You can't beat the view from up
Right.
here.
It's just the iron sight. That's how it is. It's inaccurate.
Let's go this way.
I think we can make it to Masters really soon. Keep focusing. I'm not really concerned myself for getting to Masters this. I don't really just help you out. And next time. I'm going right here.
Let's go here.
Alright. Doing just something all over here. Nice. Got a nice one.
Beginning ring countdown.
Oh, I've never done that before. You want a wingman? I got two.
First blood.
Wingman here.
I just dropped a wingman. There's like 5. You can double wingman. I got no armor though. Help me out with an armor. I gotta get an armor. Can't do anything. Okay. What do you want to do? Do our normal rotation?
Zipline here. See, we move this way.
Yeah, it's usually what we do. Go here.
We should move here.
No, I was saying we probably miss it because we go there first instead of flying. I'm gonna turn off my trail too. Yeah. Can you what? Swag weapons. Oh no, I'm talking about my. Talking about my diamond trail. You think they're gonna rotate out this way?
Target spotted.
Yeah, that boy knows. There's a purple light mag right there. Alright, I'm looting this building quick.
Ring closes in a minute. No time to
We gotta rotate that way anyways, so might as well. Yep, I'm just wingman triple tape, so
45 seconds to get to that ring. We need to move.
right there, right there.
I see somebody.
Let's go, let's go. got nades, frags. Sees us, he sees us. 38, white. He's white.
Strike out.
They're up top. Up top.
I'm in trouble.
I'm lasered. I'm running. I'm good.
Judging my chance. Laying fences.
They're up there on the wall. Yeah. Shield.
We need to go. Ring's moving.
Can you draw him out? 43, he's white. He's cracked.
Give me my shield to recharge.
Gibraltar's broke. You need to heal, not.
Recharging shields.
I don't have heals. Are they running? 48. He's crack. Flash. Knock. Okay, let's go.
Care package.
And not. I don't know.
Taking shots.
I just shot. Right here. Knocked him again.
Hold on. Let me help you.
Oh no, he's right here, Johnny. The Gibraltar's last one. He's coming at you. Hit him. Nice. Just res quick. They're far. Oh no, they're coming. Dang it. He's on top. It's a Gibraltar. There's two Gibraltar Pathfinder. Let me tell you. These guys are masters. Dang it. We did good. Okay. Who did? I don't know. I knocked 2 of them, so. I just was shooting, dude. That's all I know. I don't know what happened there. I mean, we killed him. At the end of the day, it was just we got third-partied. Right. I mean, what else could we have done, though? Oh, I mean, we killed the team. We just got third-partied. There's nothing you can...
I know all the roads. They all lead to the same place.
Yeah, let's just make sure we, in that situation, if we're pushing, we have those 4 help to get out.
I worked for it.
Alright, because that was, I mean, there's still, I don't even know, probably 15, 16 teams.
Introducing your champion.
Stream, but
I do this for the rush. The fans are just a bonus.
And if we're pushing like that on Kings Canyon, we know we're going to get probably third party. Because I don't even think it was a full team either.
This went exactly how I planned it to.
I didn't even know that. I would have been different if I would have known that. I wouldn't even said those first. How far? Should we just go straight down? Alright, let's just go here.
Let's go that way.
Let's go.
Attention. First blood.
That's the first of the many lights to go out.
Got a PK.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
R99, yeah.
Next ring's on. I need it.
Yeah, APK is best weapon within.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Oh, there's literally nothing up here. Not even a shield.
Wingman here.
I could use that.
Heavy ammo here.
Seriously? Oh no, brother.
Right here.
Yeah, let's see. Nice, nice. That was
R99 here.
good. You want to push cave? Or I mean bunker? Cool with me. Just behind you.
Let's deploy this way. Going to check out Richmond. Havoc here.
Good. I already got R99. I just need attachments. More iron. Iron.
Let's check out this way. Brothers, got an Evo ship. Backpack here. Level 1.
Might be out right outside of
See that? Drop ship up there.
Skull Town. There it is. Let's
1 minute. Rings close
This
by.
is a very, very passive lobby. 15 squads still. So
Shield cell here.
still, in a lot of games we've been playing, there's been 8 teams within the first ring closing.
Ring's not too far. 45 left.
We're close. 30 seconds.
Yeah. Play good with even too.
Shield cell here.
I just wonder if Gibraltar's the play though. I'm just trying to think. I guess he is though. He is.
10 seconds.
He's just
The
on
ring
this
is
map.
close.
I just don't think you can do without
Let's check out
Gibraltar.
this way.
I gotta have a Gibraltar on this map.
Warning. Room location.
They're fighting up here.
Level 2.
Yeah, it's at the end of the cave.
Moving.
It's up to you. I mean, oh, right here. Phase. Okay. All right, they're pushing. They're pushing. Here.
Watch out. Open in the sky.
They're not.
Combat's too
All right.
noisy.
I'm not hesitating to lock it down.
Hold on, brothers.
Defense in position.
No, just do a portal. Yep.
I'm facing. The circuit
They're
is
pushing. Someone's by me. He just set a portal. I think he just set a portal in the building. He's right here. Knocked another one. I'm going up. All right. Just bait him up. Where's the bang? Bang's done. Just stay in the house.
unnecessary evil
All
to
right.
win.
But there's another team pushing in. I think. Don't get out of the house. Yeah, there is.
That's a pity.
They're coming down the hill. Get up top. Bait them up.
Just topping up my shield.
Yeah, let them come up to us. I got stairs. Oh, right here. She's ripped. Just don't chase her. Don't chase. Just laser him. Right here, behind us. He's ripped. That Pathfinder's so low, dude.
One down. Reloading.
Alright.
Watch out, brothers. We got
He knocked two. Alright. There's another team. Be careful. another team pushing in, I think. Stay here, stay here. Come on, come on. I got you. She's cracked, she's cracked, she's cracked. She's on the stairs. She's cracked. I cracked her. Get up, get up, get upstairs. Get upstairs.
Need to recharge my shields.
No, we were. There's 4 people down there, dude. There's 4 people down there. Just hurt.
Fence them in, fence them out.
Yeah, I got you, I got you. What? That bullets went through his body. How are they going through his body, dude? They're another team, another team. Yeah, I'm gonna try. Get it, get it. Portal out. Alright. Push this way, Go, 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 go. I'm lasering them. You're good. Just hold as long as you can. Alright, alright. Oh, man. I'm dead. Dang it.
Another squad's focus.
Nothing. Really nothing we can do. They're all fighting now. They're all gonna die. Everybody there is dead. Nope. Another team coming in too. They're getting third party now. That's why I said everybody stay upstairs. I know. You're done, Johnny? One more. No, don't kill yourself, because then you won't be able to play tomorrow. Yeah. Man, dude, that was crazy. We did good, though. We did do good. We just got third-partied after third-partied. I mean... And then your portal, literally... What are the chances? They're right. I've never seen a team on that ledge in my life. Did you see where they were? Not. Did you see where they were? They were literally on that ledge. I cannot believe that either. Yeah, I thought, man, okay, this portal, perfect. Oh, well. You're like, run. I was dead. Yeah, it was a wrap. Oh, we're playing in Europe, aren't we? Right, it does. I thought the ping was... I didn't think the connection's horrible, but I noticed there's a little latency. My bullets. Well, it doesn't matter if you pronounce it in the Latin Germanic term or in the regular Latin Vulgate. Just kidding. Oh, man. What is the ping on Europe servers? Oh, Man, I can't wait to get back in the gym, man. This stuff. Where I live, they've banned the gym now until March, April, May, until June. But yeah, they banned it until June. So good. Why do you say good? So do you think the virus is deadly? Why do you think that? So what about cancer and heart disease? Are those deadly? Well, you know, 80 to 90% of the population in the entire world dies from cancer and heart disease. You know that the coronavirus mortality rate is less than 1%? I do actually. My wife's a surgical nurse. Right, and my friend is in the army, and she was over setting up an epicenter. And guess how many people are in that epicenter? 0. And my mom is also over the entire facilities, Spectrum Health, which is top 10 hospital in America. Guess how many coronavirus patients there are every day? Like 2. Right, and that's because it's a travel center. All the travel centers are the places where there are hotspots. That's because of China. Yeah, the only hotspots are the travel places. Like even in Michigan, I don't pay attention to the news. I'm not getting any of my information from the news. The news is fake. All the stats that they show are fake. I mean, look at the predictions. They said 1 to 2 million people are going to die. It's actually proven, though, a lot of the people they're saying are dying are not even purely COVID-19. They're just contributing the death to COVID-19. I mean, those are just the facts. That's not my opinions. You can look it up. I mean, a lot of the deaths that they're contributing, they're saying if somebody has a cough or if somebody is... She's a nurse, though, nonetheless. They were going to redistribute her on the front lines, but they didn't have to. I know people on the front lines, too, though. I know my mom was cleaning the rooms. She has over 60 employees. And she had to clean the rooms because people are so scared of their life. What I'm saying is, like SARS, they said this is as worse as SARS. But SARS has like a 9 to 12% mortality rate, meaning 1 out of every 10 people will die. Coronavirus is less than 1%. It's less than the common flu, which we have a vaccine for. More people died from the common flu in the last 6 months than did from the coronavirus. So, you can look up the stats, man. I'm not saying that. I mean, if you want to test what I'm saying, look up how many people died in the past 6 months from the regular flu. H1N1, all those other flus.
You know what I look like. Come find me.
It's definitely a real virus, but what is it the cost? You know? Because at the same time, we're pushing people now into poverty. Poverty is shown to cause illness. Just a lot of costs. And I'm not saying it's not deadly. I don't think I'm saying that. It's definitely something that we should have responded to, but now the curve is under control, you know. You can look it up. I mean,
Hope you're ready. Let's do this, brothers. First blood.
there's a full Pred squad there.
Supply ship over there.
I'm not sure, dude. But if they did, then we're late. Not for not. I let him have the Peacekeeper, and he got the purple. Yeah, I could have grabbed it. I'll let you have it though. Oh, that's okay. Look at that. I was blessed. I got a Pikachu. I mean, honestly, that's a Prez squad, so we might want to be careful, but there is a in market.
Flatline here.
Yeah, I think that's better actually, because market where we get more, probably third party income. I have no heavy ammo. I'll find any light. You need any light? They're fighting up here. Yes, it's fighting up here.
Enemy over
I need heavy ammo though. I can't engage on shots.
Hostile over there.
I think we're good, dude. I think we aggro these guys.
Kill leader.
No kill leader. Heads up.
I mean, we got 2 purples on y'all. There's no way they can have better than 2 purples. Should be able to find a blue down here. I'd be very surprised if there wasn't one in these boxes. I've got flatline Peacekeeper. The Evo. I'm just gonna get the Evo, dude.
Heavy ammo here.
Alright. Oh, he's getting pushed, run. Whoa. They're cheating, dude. No
Recharging
way.
shields.
That's actually impossible.
Look out, grenade.
They're flying down.
Ring's not far.
No, I'm saying you said the other team was soaring, like flying down after us. I think these guys are cheating.
A few more meters and we'll be inside the ring. 30 seconds to go.
There's a rat.
If I didn't beat you, someone else could have.
Body shield here. Level 2.
I could use that.
What do you have, you?
Brothers, let's move this way.
I mean, because you were dead, almost both of you were dead instantly. I don't know, dude, that was pretty crazy. You were both annihilated with purples within 1 millisecond. Yeah, if we're gonna get cheaters, there's really no point in playing anyways. See you, buddy. Are you playing ranked? Yeah, I'm not getting offline. Well, he is, but I'm not. Yeah, I don't really care. I'll play rank. I'm not really concerned with my rank this season. Honestly. mean, I got to the last split, I got really high. The second, I just haven't really played, so I'm just trying to help whoever I can. Are you gonna be hurt? Yeah. Alright, feel free right there. I got better. He does? Alright, that's good. You inviting him to the Discord? Looks like it. You got his, you want me to send him an invite to the Discord?
And ready.
I am ready. I hope you are too.
Trust me, I know what I'm doing.
Introducing your champion.
What are you doing?
I wish all of you could fight tomorrow too, but you'll be dead. I'm the jump master. I won't let you down.
You get
except
too
by
close
falling.
to a live wire. And you pay the
What's
price.
Kovacs? Oh, are you talking about the, I have that, yeah, the Steam app. Yeah, Meta. Yep, I've been using that too. I don't get, though, I hate they only have like Fortnite weapons. Have you, still 5 in the ship, really?
Here we go.
Been
It's
playing,
a long drop. Fun.
Do you do the aim trainers, or do you?
Talk it over there. I'll do something good this way.
Okay.
Close door over there.
Is he below me? You're below me. Stay with me. Stay together. Where did they land? Far side, or did they go fast?
We're outside the next ring.
Yeah, I am. 56. I knocked him.
Enemy taken down. Reloading.
We should go here.
Many nights to go out.
I don't. Alright. You see him? Can we finish him? Got him.
Killed an enemy.
What's a kill? Stay on your feet.
Yeah, there's gotta be a team. That's the question. This guy, he just can't be alone. Oh, there is the things right above us, so be careful. The, that's at airbase, Or that's in the... Yeah, I'm looking. Let's just go back there and check. This is up here. Did anybody
Supply
land
ship
on
over
it?
there.
I don't know. We can check it. Yeah, we... Oh, they're...
Let's go this way. Enemy spotted.
I'm coming.
Reloading. Making contact with enemy.
Coming. Where is he?
We are not alone. Look
I'm right here, dude. Here, I'm shooting this down. See if it has a purple. See if it has a purple. Yeah, right here.
Let's move this way.
Yeah, he did. That's cool. That's cool. He's right here. That's another team.
Reloading.
Sorry. Just run, just run. Dude, I'm lagging so bad. Yeah, that was a desperate push.
I am repairing myself.
Are you trying to get him?
Opening fire.
I'm gone, dude. Oh, you know the crazy thing? Nobody did leave the ship. Oh, somebody's here. I'm dead.
There may be a sniper in the area.
I'm gone.
Punching a tunnel.
I love being Pathfinder. Yeah, I usually play her.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Heads up. Care package
Oh
coming
my
in.
gosh. I just choked. I'm gonna die. I'm running away from two teams. Yeah, I was on the ship. The team was there. And I ran, and then when I ran back, I was gonna see if I could get his banner. They're still there.
Using grapple.
Another team just flew past me. My screen keeps lagging, dude. Why? My frame rate keeps dropping. Come here with you, though.
Patching myself up.
Here I go.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader. Watch for them.
Yes, it's very laggy. It's like invisible. Like every 25 seconds, my screen keeps tearing. Yeah, it keeps tearing and it keeps stuttering back and forth.
Patching myself up.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
Push? They're weak. They're gunning. I can zip us right here.
It's zip time. Watch out for the new kill leader, friend.
Here. Yep. Oh, that's the whole team. They're alive.
Enemy over there.
They're just... Yeah, they're beaming. They're beaming. Yep. Yeah, they're all beaming. There's still 39 players on the map, so... Right here, right here.
Hostile over there.
Hostile right here. Firing.
Oh, I got an alternator. Revenant right here, purple.
Hostile.
30. I want to rush him, but I don't. He's healed. He's right here.
Hostile right here.
Separated.
Throwing Arc Star.
We getting flanked though? Oh, dude, he's so low.
Down to net.
You got him?
Reloading.
Took out an enemy.
Oh,
New kill leader.
Using grapple.
can't stand these weapon skins. I'm coming. I'm getting sniped. I'm getting sniped. That's a whole new team. That's not the same team.
I'm taking
I'm getting flanked. Yep, I was getting flanked the whole time.
punching a tunnel.
I'm running. I did, yeah. I'm like, no heals, 1 health. Literally.
I set the portal.
I have nothing.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
What is going on? This is...
Attention.
Yeah, let's try.
Eval.
1 bullet. Oh. No! They're right in between us. I gotta go all the way around. Yeah, like right in between us. Yeah, they're coming right up bunker. Yeah, 1 bullet. I'm dead.
Recharging shield.
Oh yeah, I'm healing first.
Giving my shields a recharge.
I got the horriblest loot here. Oh, got no ammo though. I'll just have to find ammo. Oh. Dude, I'm trying. I get every time I turn, there's a team in front of me or beside me. 36 players. Right here, look at them.
Hostile spotted.
You got laser. See ya, boys. Oh, they're getting grenaded. I'm gone. See ya. I need a med kit. And I need a heavy ammo.
Here.
Yeah, heavy.
Brings out too far. 45 left.
Alright. Right here, he's right here, he's right here.
Target over there.
He might be a solo. See him? He's a caustic. He's right here, he is a solo.
Target over there.
Right there.
Here for me.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Get him. I need ammo. We're gonna get flanked too by that team that was just shooting at me. I got a Phoenix. That's
10 seconds. The ring is fairly close.
Put it in the wall. It's possible.
Warning.
Yeah, he's
Rings coming in.
and charge an ultimate quick. Good to have it.
Care package being delivered.
Okay, let's go around.
Incoming care package.
Oh, you'll be good. We're not gonna take it. We're to our left. Oh, he's right here.
I think someone's...
He's hit. He's flash. Flash to the right, right here.
Throwing thermite grenade.
I'm hitting him. I'm almost dead. I wasn't looking at it.
Punching a tunnel.
I don't know if they're behind me. I don't see anybody.
Hold on. This one hurts. Hold on.
We're helping. Oh no, there's another squad attacking. Repairing my damages. Grappling.
Dude, these guys are really that hungry. No, they're chasing
ring
me. They
isn't
just
far.
came over the edge. There's a, I still need ammo. In here, as long as we can.
45 seconds. Ring's close.
Oh, nice.
Shot at.
They're pushing?
Let's explore this way.
Hey, I'm coming.
We're close to the ring. 30 seconds left. Let's go this way. Patching myself up.
You can get in here. Right here. Stay right here. That's just, that's habitual.
10 seconds to the ring.
You get on that. There is a random path, I think I saw one.
I can see that the ring's moving on the map.
I need
Heads up.
ammo, dude.
Your package coming in.
That light, any. Yeah, my eyes are closed. You're right. I'm gonna loot. No, I'm not. I'm right here.
Hostile over there.
One guy. He's setting a portal. He's setting a portal. He's probably gonna fight. Yeah, I can zip us.
Ready to fly on a zip line.
Dude, you just keep going. He's up there.
I am taking fire.
He's up there. I
friends.
don't think he sees me though.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Alright, I threw an
Throwing
nade.
Arc Star.
He is cracked. He's flesh. He's flesh.
Already inside the ring. Reloading.
He's running. I think that's a lifeline though.
Grappling.
He's hit. 57. You got him? Oh no, that's a whole new team.
Down.
Dang it. Just run if you can. They're chasing you. Just go. Go.
Placing a portal.
You're good. You're good. Gotta kick this door. Okay, set it. They're coming. Yep.
Take a breather. We lost this one.
Hey, you said they're chasing me. I said, yeah. My God. $8 points, huh? Okay. I don't know what that was worth, but I guess it was worth 8 points. What was that? Ooh, yeah. Yo, what's up, Alan? How you doing, man? Sorry, man, I wasn't even looking. It's so late. It's 4 o'clock. Oh my gosh, I need to go to bed soon. Aiming Pro? How does that even come up?
The ring's out there looking for you. We'll find you if you let it.
I cannot wait to win this match, friend.
Fence them in, fence them out.
Aiming Pro.
Introducing your champion.
Hi, friends. This is awesome. I'm the jump master.
Every game. Yeah, when we play the my other friends
almost Diamond 2. Every game is at least 10 teams of Predators.
Here we go. It's a long drop. Fun.
Yeah. Yeah, we were wrecking earlier today. And then just tonight, I don't know, didn't lose or gain
First, let's go this way.
Someone's with me. It just flew on my head and pushed me down.
I killed an enemy.
Killed one.
I downed an adversary.
What the heck? That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. What did he do? I was just so surprised that guy landed right on top of my head. Oh, there's a guy.
Enemy very close.
He's hit, 49. Right here. Nice.
Yeah.
Reloading.
Hurry up though, because someone's gonna push from somewhere. My loot is so back.
That kid here. Patching myself up. I'm going to look around here for loot.
Dude, why can I not find light ammo? I'm dropping on R99.
R99 here.
Yeah, there's just no ammo on the map
Healing my wounds.
for me. There you go.
Light ammo here.
1 minute, rings not far. Heavy ammo here. Body shield here. Level 1. 45 seconds to get to that ring.
We need to move.
I'm gonna rotate back here. I'm good. I got Havoc anyway. This is landing back
Shotgun
here.
ammo here.
Someone landed on it. Yeah, these connections are trash. I can jump. I'm gonna set my thing to jump past it every time.
The ring's moving, friends.
Body shield here. Level 2.
About to fire this. Just casually walking in. Somehow ride all the way up on wire with I don't even hold on to.
Incoming care package. I love loot.
Partially. I probably like rushed. I got the purple and whatever else.
Might be something good this way.
Here I go.
This is so laggy. Yeah, I know how you feel.
Body shield here. Level 2.
Appointed.
New kill leader. Watch for
No, that's what I'm saying. I literally know how you feel. I always play Warzone. he has a big arm shield.
R99
That's why when everyone's like, run, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna try. Possible. Let's skip this build. This is so laggy. This is horrible.
R301 here.
What it is.
Body shield here. Level 3.
Using grapple.
Need a... I want that. That's what I'll actually do. I'll go PK, got my habit. I'm good now. I wanted to open H card, but I'm just doing it.
Here I go.
Yeah, I've been using that Kovac too, because I've been going back and forth from controller to mouse and keyboard, and I'm done now. Staying on the mouse and keyboard. The higher you get in ranking, the better the mouse and keyboard is. Yeah, it's the micro aim. You can't beat the micro aim.
Hostile spotted.
Do you want to go up there? I was gonna say, let me go first. Here. Oh, I didn't see it. Doesn't matter. Oh, this is good. Yeah, I get it every 180 seconds. There's definitely someone up here.
Let's explore this way.
Whether they're up there and they're fighting. There's bullets. Let's get ready. Let me lead the way. Get up here first. This is just so laggy, dude. Even when I zip, like, my screen, it's like my face, I was literally flying in the air in my face. Up here.
Enemies have been here.
Yeah, they're on cave, or cage, like the cage alley where the bones are.
Might be something good this way.
Explore this way.
Round 2.
Yep, they're coming in, so they're coming in that side part.
Let's go this way.
This battery. Alright, let's flank these guys.
Inbound.
Okay, let's go right here.
Let's go this way.
Yo, coming. I'm gonna flank these guys. Just watch out to the left. Yeah, I did. They flew in. I think I hear healing. Somebody's... They're gone. I did. They flew in. Oh, I saw no tag. Or right here. There.
Hostile spotted.
He's right here.
Hostile spotted.
There he is. He doesn't even see us. Look. He's right here. He's coming at us. I hit him. 66. He's popped. He's knocked. He's knocked though.
Recharging shield.
How are you looking? Oh my gosh.
Reloading.
They're so weak, dude. We gotta finish them. got a devotion, that's why. Right here, dude. On the rock.
Enemy down.
Hold on. Let me help you.
Preparing.
I'm healing. I'm healing. Give me 5 seconds. I'll help you. Here, I can zip us up here. Come here. Right here. Just come on. Here, get ready. That team's dead. Alright, that team's dead. Just watch one. It's okay. Portal here. Yeah, we don't need your portal. Just go. We can take this zip. Right here. Gone. We're good right here. They're walking.
The enemies are shooting at me.
Care package coming in.
They're outside the ring now. They have to come up to us. Here, lock this. Oh, you used your ult. Lock it down.
Healing up. Eyes are open now.
Lock it. What?
Goes that way.
Alright.
Round 3. Beginning ring countdown.
Healing up.
Don't see
Eyes are
anybody.
open now. Taking a moment to heal up.
Right here.
Enemy over there.
Going to phase.
Right here.
Catching myself up.
76, 100, 200. The lifeline's almost dead. Right here. You got nades?
Contact with enemy.
Anyone passes through here? We'll know. Just topping off my shield.
134 knocked.
Attack here. Enemy down.
Dude, right here. They're both almost dead. He's rezzing. Right here. He's almost dead. Nice. One more.
Enemy down.
You got him, dude.
Last member, 1 second. We got this.
Good looking out. Recharging shield.
Body shield here. Level 3.
We're doing great. Only 2 other squads remain.
New kill leader. I'm sure they don't
Good,
pick up on
perfect.
us.
Body shield here. Level 3.
45 seconds, ring is close.
Shield cell here.
What do I got? 2. There's 3.
Healing my wounds.
We're good.
I will be inside the ring. 30 seconds to go.
Well, we could extend far.
Let's
this
explore
way.
this way.
I think cave will be more dangerous.
It's zipline time.
There is a care package there.
Let's explore this
I
way.
kind of want to check that. I can check it.
The ring's
I
close.
Can check it. There's
10
only
seconds.
3 teams. I don't think a team's gonna be over here. It's late. Or yeah.
Over there.
I'm checking it. Yeah, they're in that house, pushing out across the field on the other side of
Let's
this.
explore this way.
All right, I got a devotion. He's across the field, a pathfinder.
Package coming in.
He's right here. I'm getting on top of this building. Yeah. I'm healing. You're gonna port us?
Recharging shields.
Go, port us.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, go.
Setting a portal.
He's good. It's up here. It's upstairs.
Recharging my shields.
Portal placed.
We can flank the team. The other team is over here. Yeah, let's flank these guys.
I'm fencing. Fence them in.
But we're good in part of the other teams right here.
Might be something
So
good this way.
Let's explore this way.
Grappling.
dude, this is so laggy. Crazy laggy. We could flank these guys, dude. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's finish this. block this with your Watson. So, all right, let's make sure we focus together. Come on. Where you at? He's right here. Get ready. Focus him.
The circuit is complete.
See him? Knocked. All dead.
Nice job, you killed it.
No, I don't.
Charging myself up.
I don't know what they're doing. They might have killed some of them.
Enemy is here.
He's almost dead. He's almost dead. They have to come at us. I hit him 100. I hit him again. He's so low, dude. So low.
30 seconds remain.
I think they're trying to go back and around. I don't know though. No. I'm good. I'm just watching for him. I can zip over there in one swing. Yeah. Right here. I hit him 27. I'm just keeping him back, dude. They have to run at us, so we just focus fire them. They have to push. Right here. Watson. 70. I'm coming back. Yep. Lock it down. Just hold this. I got no ammo. I gotta keep this close. Gotta keep them right here. Wraith's the only one. That's it. Let's go. Oh, good game.
You are the Apex champions.
Man, that devotion is so powerful. It's crazy. Yeah, they literally could do nothing. They could not see me, and every time they were trying to, like, they would have had a wingman or something, they could have pushed me back. Yeah. That's because I kept lasering them, dude. Yep. There goes the Dubsky. This is the top. Or have Gibraltar. think every game too, kind of in one way, especially on this map, it's just unpredictable. You can try to predict the rotations, but it's just so small that I think on this map, it's like on World's Edge, it's so broken up and you have more time. And on this, we just you have to be able to just no room for error. And I think that's what they're trying to do with Loba though. Trying to replace. Well, right. In a way though, that's what she does. Is she sets portal. Everyone's saying that Revenant and her are going to be a crazy combo. I don't know why, but that's why they updated Revenant. Because if people really thought about it, very good. He can disable Wraith, disable Gibraltar. He can, I mean,
Let's pick the right way and go.
Actually, laser people. Yeah, I saw people use him efficiently. They would laser the team and then get sent back.
I cannot wait to win this match, friend.
Gives you a get out of jail.
Introducing your champion.
I'm currently at the top of my game. Get it?
Because right now it's just totally different on this map.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you down.
That was crazy fun. Who's next? Oh, that was crazy fun. Who's next? Catch me if you can.
Here we go. Let's go this way.
Yeah, I love that comeback.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
We're outside the... Did you know I signed it? Well, I did.
Attention. First blood.
That's the first of many lights to go out.
Definitely way harder with the
Peacekeeper here. Shotgun bolt here. Level 2.
Okay.
Body shield here. Level 2. Grappling.
Fall off the map.
Gotta hop up here. Choke. Gotta hop up here. Choke.
I could use that.
That's so far.
Cancel that.
Optic here. Close the range.
Here I go. Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 2.
The Peacekeeper becomes like a mid-range.
10 seconds. The ring is fairly close.
Helmet here. Something good this Peacekeeper here. Backpack here. Level 2.
Care package being delivered.
Incoming care package.
Because there's really no like slow. It looks slow. It just keeps going.
Ultimate accelerant here.
There is a new kill leader.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Kinda need to wait.
Someone's got a shot on me, pretty
Might
sure.
be something good this way.
Let's go up here. Alright, let's go.
Hostile over there.
Let's go. Oh, they're coming to me. 75, he's popping, he's popping. Yeah, I almost killed the rage. She's low, she's pushing up. They're low. I'm getting pushed by the third one now.
Attention, the champion has been eliminated.
The champion fell. I'm down.
Trying is 55.5% of the battle.
I'm ecstatic to fight.
Grapple, locked and loaded.
Let's go find them all.
Introducing your champion.
My shield, my life.
This is awesome. I'm the jump master. Hey, that's me. Hold your breath. If you have I'm flying! enemy.
Oh my gosh.
The enemies are shooting at me.
I've been down.
Run back here, run back here. Killed me. You can even see.
Fence placed. If the fence gets crossed,
Damn,
we'll
martyr,
know.
Jim. How does somebody be able to cheat that? Yeah, let me try. You just stay back. You just stay back. Yeah, you stay back. I'm gonna get him. How does a guy get that much?
Don't worry, I'm here.
Catching myself up.
Giving my shields a recharge.
Have you ever seen a shooter screen?
There is a new
No,
kill
I'm just saying,
leader.
have you ever seen a
1 minute. Ring's not far.
Keep eyes on the new kill leader. Body shield here. Level 2. Great. The ring is less than a minute.
Optics here. Close range.
Peacekeeper here.
30 seconds to constructor. We're so close.
Peacekeeper.
The ring's close. 10 seconds.
Yeah, it really doesn't
I,
In progress.
I can see that the ring's moving on the map.
Backpack here. Level 2. R99 here.
I am repairing myself.
Delivery care package.
I saw that the other
Heads up.
night too.
Your
That
package coming in.
other guy had 11,000 RPM.
Backpack here. Level 2.
New kill leader appointed.
Keep eyes on the new kill leader.
Why would I want to run around the map? These are everybody. How boring. Maybe if I was cheating really actually became live when I crossed out. And then put them on the map.
Using grapple.
Right here. I'm not trying to engage.
Taking fire, friends.
Are y'all fighting?
I'm taking some.
Don't have to. Don't have
Thermite grenade out.
to. Yeah.
Send them out.
Here I go. Recharging shields.
Recharging my shield.
Setting a fence. If the fence gets crossed, we'll know.
Where do you want to go after this stage? I'm going here.
Let's go this way.
That's why they cheat.
Sniper stock here. Level 2.
Let's explore this one.
Grappling.
Trying to stay away from it. Just keep watching. Keep watching. Keep watching the kill.
Might be something good this way.
Yeah. I mean, if they're cheating. I don't see him though.
Round 2.
You
Beginning
see
ring
his
countdown.
like next to him.
We're inside the ring. I'm positive.
Training.
Location for us. Check your maps.
Fence deployed. Anyone
I wish
touches
they
Pluvio,
had
you know.
Apex. They have Apex like settings in the sensitivity, but none of the weapons are Apex. It's like Overwatch.
Let's go this way.
Right, it's like a railgun. I think it just helps you build like your muscle memory.
Fence placed.
I wish I had
Friends.
Fence in position.
having these down
The
there.
fence is complete.
We should go this way. Repair it.
He was all the way on the wall.
Using grapple.
Really almost killed me in one. That's how he lasered, so we were actually not happening. No, I'm saying earlier when we were playing with Johnny. Remember, that's where he lasered you and Johnny when you had purples instead of nice. Let's just keep on doing it. I mean, as far as we can put the distance.
The ring's close. 10 seconds.
I don't even want to engage in a battle. I just want to hide.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
Heads up. The ring's moving.
We can. I want to go around with the team. needing it.
Art Star out.
Hitting them all. They're gonna come to the market. Get ready to get them. They would just hide market. And hide right here.
Let's go this way.
I don't even want to get on top. Hide right here.
Round
Target
3.
spotted.
Beginning ring countdown.
Hide. Get in here.
This way.
Kill leader appointed.
You can see us though.
There's a new kill leader.
Here I go.
But he's probably got auto aim. Here, I'm using my zip.
Ready to fly on a zip line. Yeah.
Hostile over there.
I remember when the hack what speed? I don't think we can use speed anymore. I think it's
I spotted an enemy. I'm in trouble.
Recharging my shields.
Might be something good this way.
Grappling.
hide this thing right here. This is good. Locking down. There. Right here, dude. I got There he is. No, that's not even them. That's
Planting fences. Setting a fence.
Putting down a fence.
no, they are cheaters too.
In progress. Care package ready.
You're safe.
Incoming care package.
Fence in position.
Placed.
Putting down a fence. The circuit is complete.
Only further squad.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Need to recharge my
Been down.
That's another guy though. That's a different one. Pennywise. Yeah. Here, res me right now.
Reloading.
Yeah, this is another
You just got it handed to you, brother. Nice try.
I'm inside the next ring.
This team has a predator. Here. Dog watch me TTV. Yeah. Better. 256. Whatever. Went up 2 rings.
Round 5. Beginning ring countdown.
Just do it. They're gonna kill you anyways. Try something. Maybe they'll let you win.
Getting you done.
Never had. So hard. All the motions, because they... See though, their banner doesn't even match.
We have our Apex champions.
There's 2 cheats. Yeah, we can change. Yeah, we're fine. We got points, so they got to play at 1. Other cheating team too, though, in the raid. Okay. That means he has like 16,000 points. Been able to cheat every day. 5 matches, 1,000 points. What's every?
Powered up and ready to go.
Trust me. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I peeked out at
I keep my squad mates insulated.
right. Okay, what are you
This
gonna
is
push?
your champion.
He's down.
I'll take you down more than once.
Maybe respawn wolf. I just don't get.
I'm the jump master. I won't let you know, except by falling.
Wow, this team has won 55 games today. They must. Right, that's impossible.
Hold your breath if you have to
Even when
breathe.
I watch, like, three or four
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
That's what they use though, because it's so.
Dibs.
The Spitfire, yeah. Remember when the Spitfire was
Attention.
cracked
First blood.
when the game first came out?
First blood,
It had,
and
like,
it's not us.
55
Wonderful.
It had a 55-gallon drum. Thing was crazy. They nerfed that so quick. Everybody was using the drum. big containment.
Might be something good this way.
Fourth hit. Okay, there we go. We rotate.
Let's explore this way. Rattling.
Spotted.
This.
Never mind.
Oh, he's out and they're down in the building. Right here. In the building on the other. Right here.
Might be something good this way.
Right here.
Enemy spotted.
He's cheating! Oh no, never mind.
Hostile over there.
Pathfinder flying. Right here, right here.
Target spotted.
38.
Fire
gold.
on the enemy.
Another one up here.
Target
Yeah,
spotted.
got gold.
They spotted me. I'm taking
This
shots.
guy's alone.
I spotted an enemy.
Yeah, she's got
Need to
gold
recharge my
right here.
shield.
Enemy over there. The enemies are shooting.
Where is this from?
They spotted
Here,
me.
you
I'm
gotta
taking
pull back.
shots.
Just stopping on
Let's
my
go
shield.
this way.
Recharging my shields.
Take it.
Recharging shield.
Lock it down. Lock it down.
We should go here.
Laying fences. The circuit is complete.
Hold this. We can hold
Recharging my shields.
this. Yeah, let's just watch it.
Healing my wounds.
38. He's cracked. He's cracked. He's left. He's left.
Nothing enough, sir.
Throwing thermite. Reloading.
Yeah, we're good.
Recharging shields.
That taught him a lesson. They're not coming back. Can you fence up here?
We should go. I'm looting here.
Use your ulti.
Great. Already inside the ring.
Yeah, we're on this side. And then two.
I'm fencing. Fence in position.
I'm fencing.
He's white. 40.
Attacking. Need to recharge my shield. Patching my
Incoming care package. I love loot.
Oh, right here, right here. Get ready.
I'm taking shots.
Void jumping.
Setting a fence. Need to recharge my shield. Healing up.
This
Eyes
way.
are open now.
Right here. They got push up there.
Over there.
Wanna push that?
It's cost. We know.
Right here.
Target over there. Hostile spotted.
He doesn't even know we're here.
Spotted an enemy.
Play it safe. They're gonna get pushed.
I spotted an enemy.
He's purple.
Target spotted.
Right here, right here. Guy, they're full force. They're full force. They're just running. They're running. Yeah, it's hard to see. Make sure you keep looking back.
Let's go this way.
Hiding in the phone.
Enemy over there.
Oh, they're getting pushed down. Crack. We can't push those because this is
Let's move this way.
Reloading.
I got no ammo. though, it didn't spread. Oh. Oh, you're good.